Okay, hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome. So today, I'm going to be playing around with some stuff, mainly using WorkAdventure, and doing things with local models. So there won't be any vector engine stuff going on today necessarily. We might play around with that later on, but today I kind of had this I don't know idea that I we're working on like having agents, and I really would like an assistant type of agent. When I was thinking of how do I create the training data for that, I thought if I could interact with it in a virtual world like AI Town, that would be great. But AI Town doesn't work the way that I need it to work, because I need to create training data with it, and I need to be able to interact with the thing, like live in there. And so I started going around looking at if I could make bots in things like GatherTown, which we use in Express AI. But GatherTown didn't have the APIs that I needed, so I went looking around for some open source alternatives and came across WorkAdventure, which I think I've heard once or twice before. I never actually used it. So I got it set up in my local machine, or my set of machines here in my house. And well, one of the things is, you can create a bot. There's a sample of using OpenAI with this, and I got it running, and that's cool. But I want to do more, right? I want it to move by itself. I want it to do things, and I don't want to pay so much money for it doing these things. So my game plan for today is I'm going to set up local models. Like, I think Zypher is going to be what I'll use, but I might check out some others, and then set it up so that we have Zybo here moving around, and when it interacts with me, it will then start chatting with me. Yeah, we're going to do that, and hopefully I can set this up with circuits so that I can kind of give Zybo some like logic that might do many things, not just that, in a circuits component, and then connect that to the local model so that it uses it. So that's what I'm going to be working on today. Now, the interesting thing about what we have here is this is me, right? So like, I'm controlling this character, not controlling Zybo. And if I go towards Zybo, you can see it starts this discussion, and then it starts generating. It starts generating this stuff, right? So this is like, here's a prompt that it's sending. So that's the sample. It works better with OpenAI, not necessarily with what's it called? With these local models, but that's fine. We're not going to worry about how good it works, mainly that it does work and we can do stuff with it. That's our main goal here. Now, because this is kind of chatty, right? Like, there's a lot of context that's given, and it needs to know what it can do, and then it's got to choose what it can do. I've decided to run this on my GPU because I was running a few experiments on my local machine, which doesn't have a GPU, and that was a little too slow. So here's my workstation where I have my GPU running, and that's much faster, right? Like, you can get 100 tokens per second or something like that, which is very reasonable. And if things work well, we can kind of see it do stuff. That would be great. Actually, let me respawn it, because I'm pretty sure it works well when I respawn it. So there's some interesting things about how this works. essentially this is running as a Svelte app inside this browser. So everything you have to do, you kind of have to do in TypeScript. So that's going to make things kind of interesting. So when it comes to what I want to do with the bot side of things, I'm going to do those like in Python, essentially, by creating a server that is separate, something like the OpenAI server, and then chatting with it. Anyways, let me refresh this page. And that should reload the app. You can see Zybo's down here at the bottom. And then if I take my window and go towards him down here and enter the chat, then it starts talking. Yeah, it says, "Welcome, Laura. It's great to have you on our WorkAdventure map. Please come back during office hours." Slacker. It's not how I roll here with my bots. The funny thing is, this bot colon is something that it does a lot, and that's not in the thing, right? But anyway, so who cares about that kind of stuff? We will not worry about the models. They are very small, right? We're running with 7 or 8 gigabytes of RAM, so we're not going to have very intelligent models here. But yeah, I kind of want to get this up and running. And yeah, so let's go through the code real quick, because it's kind of interesting, the setup that they have here. So this is made with the, what's this called? There's a code from the coding machine that creates this like template kind of thing. And this template app essentially gets called from your server. So if you look, this play WorkAdventure localhost, this is my play or my WorkAdventure server. And then you put the address of my server, right? Like this current server that it's going to connect to. And and there you have a map. So it's interesting, like the WorkAdventure kind of architecture is really distributed, right? Like there's the WorkAdventure client, right, called Play, and that's what you're doing here. And it's just TypeScript. There's no server side part of it. So to get to the server, you have to connect to a map, and you can either specify the name of a map or connect to a remote map, which is what you're doing here. And then this map also gives you like script to run, and it runs it, which is interesting. You got to be careful with these WorkAdventure things, I think. But it does mean that this is like kind of incredibly like distributed. It can be integrated with lots of things. So that's kind of cool. And so the script that runs here is essentially this. And you can see I have OpenAI in here, and I have a test thing, which this was built in with the sample that I found. And then the API for this thing is like this, like WA on a init, and then there's the scripting API, and then essentially you have access to this user session. And the way that it kind of has to work with the bots is that you run a headless browser, or in this case, a non-headless browser, so that we can debug it. And then that's going to be the agent, right? It's going to live in that space. So for deployment, you can totally create a virtual machine or a Docker container that's running a headless Chrome, and then set it up to join a specific thing, and then kind of wait forever. I think that would work. But yeah, WorkAdventure is pretty nice. It kind of, it's simple. I would say it doesn't look super great, but the fact is it's all local, right? Like you can run your own XMPP server like eJabber, or your own video conferencing system like Jitsi, and it just works. So we, depending on how this goes, we might be moving from Gather to this, just because I want to work together with AI agents. I want to tell them what to do and get them to do stuff, and in a more dynamic way, not in the kind of fake way that the other things are doing. Whose names I forget. What were the names? I think there was. I forget the names of the other things that have a UI that's like fake. This is like real. Like, so we need the thing to actually move. So that's going to be interesting. We can see sending the prompt here. You should welcome visitors entering the lobby. Go to Eduardo. This is going to Eduardo, but you can see it's not moving. So I think we should start by figuring that out and fixing that. So let's do that. So we got our stop typing, our chat history push. Okay, the remote player joined. And then there should be a move thing here. It's very simple. It's not the most complicated thing. Like, this robot is essentially the bot. And the main it has like this throttle stuff that I don't think we need, because we're using our own server, so we don't need to worry about how much stuff it does. But here's the move prompt, and then we get the content, and then there's the response, and it says start with go to. Then we're going to name. And then if name equals name, move to player position 1. Okay. So it says go to Eduardo period, and then there's a period here, and I think that's what's causing this to fail. So want to knock off the last character from there, I think. abc.substring -1 does nothing. 1 will do bc, then 2 -1. The start. So we do the start. It's 2 to 1. Forget how substring works. And let me know if anything is hard to hear, or anything is hard to see. I try to make this be a little bit bigger, but this I'm not sure if I can do that. Okay, so if I do substring 0 to 3, we get ABC. We go 3 to 4, we get D. So we want to knock off the last thing. We do 0 to A, B, C, D, E, F, G, length -1, right? Yeah, so do that. Substring 6, and then name. We start with 6, and then we do response dot length -1. And or we could just make the name starts with, There is a starts with, right? But yeah, if it has a period, it's not going to. So let's do it this way. Do that. Then we go to here. This is going to be the bot. It has the black or the dark mode URL bar. Yeah, 1080p being blurry is that's a little bit unfortunate. I wish. So there's two things there. One, my screen is 1080, so I need a better screen. But also StreamYard, which I'm using for the streaming, it maxes out at 1080p, so it's about as good as it's going to get. I'll keep that in mind. Maybe it's a good excuse to get a better monitor. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, this move thing happens every 30 seconds. So if we just wait a little bit, I think it will start hopefully moving towards us. Let's see if he does that. It might be better to just throttle it down. I'm not sure if I have to like initialize it, or like I might have to do that. So if I go here, get in, have my CC today. Let's say I can say maybe probably. Can I say something like that? I don't think I can. But anyway. Yeah, the other thing is it doesn't, the model of the world is very simplistic, right? Like it starts in the garden, which is this area here. Okay, cool. We have him moving. So he's decided to move towards me. And that is great. Let me see if I can chat with him. Can you do the garden? I'm not physically present in the map. Yes, you are. I gotta find another prompt to make him believe what's going on. So that's interesting. Okay, anyway, so we got the moving thing working, and that logic is really simplistic, right? It's like every few seconds it moves and bothers you. And that's not really what I want. This robot sort of moved prompt is there, and then on variable change, let's see, maybe chatting, on participant joined, on meeting leave, mode waiting. Right, I see. So every time, if it's waiting, it will then go to moving, and then from moving it goes to chatting. If it's chatting, it doesn't move. Things like that. So on chat message, don't respond to yourself. Good thing. Add that, and then trigger the GPT and send chat message. So that's pretty simple. I'm not sure what. I'm not sure if the API has changed or something that's making this not work. We can do that. So we have start chat, trigger GPT, does that, start typing, does the completion, puts the response and stop typing. Let me see, when is throttle move prompt used? Okay, on variable change current place, subscribe. On variable change. How many times does this happen? I wonder. Let's see. I'm not super familiar with this as I, Just learned about it a few hours ago. So need to play around with it a little bit. So let's reload that. Make this a little bit easier to reload here. I've been watching some other Twitch streamers recently that have some like really cool looking like videos with like to-do lists on the right hand side and their Vim in the middle and things like that. Now that's not going to be exactly what we need, but like it'll be hard for me to do something like that because I'm not just in Vim all day long. Right? I'm more of an Emacs person anyway, and I barely use the editors. I'm always doing something graphical or something like that. I'm wondering about doing those kind of things. Okay, so that position changed, hasn't fired yet. So let's go and say hi to Zyvo here. Carry on. Okay, so we definitely need a better model. But anyway, so I'll be hanging out here on this table. Current place changed. Go to lobby. Aha, and it uses double quotes. That's great. This is the randomness of this thing is kind of very annoying. How can we make this better? We have we can do a simple like regex type of thing. I think that's probably the better way. But I would actually like it to move around more, right? Like, kind of want to give it tools. So like doing a baby AGI style prompt instead of that, so that it, does stuff, goes around, sees things, goes around, that would be kind of cool. So yeah, but I think regardless, we probably want to fix that real quick. So let's find the place where I have the name. No trailing, no leading. Went over to say hi to me. That's very creepy. It's kind of like I don't know, something like Among Us vibes with that. So anyway, so let's go here. So we have our name. We don't want response.substring. Let's make something a little bit more robust. So if I do ABC dot question mark. Let's do something like go to ABC dot question mark. Something like that. That's a string that I think it might do. Then we want to replace We can do substring, or we can, let's start with substring. So we'll do substring 0. No, we don't want to do 0, we want to do 6. Well, let's do something else. Let's do that s equal that. Okay, and s dot index of go to v1. Okay, so we want s dot substring s dot index of go to and then s dot length -1. What did I do wrong? Right. Plus the go to length. It'll be something like that. Right. And then we want to replace all, and we want anything that is not A through Z, or A through Z, or 0 through 9. I'm going to replace those things with the empty string. Something like that is what we want, I think. So we're going to do let command equals response.substring and response index of go to, let's go to type length to response length, replace all. Is this G required? Pretty sure it is. Nay. Okay. So the interesting thing is lobby a player? I'm gonna have to look into that, or we'll probably look into that in a little bit. Anyway, so there's that. Let's go back here. Let's refresh. And watch the logs. Robot is starting. If I want to move as I wanted to move as myself. Show me the lobby. I don't think you can do that. Please follow me to the lobby. But that's it, because it's like in chat mode, it doesn't move, right? Now, is there a way to follow someone here? What was this? Following. You want to follow Eduardo. I see. It's commanding someone to follow. How do I follow someone? That's interesting. The Google Docs sheets and slides is an interesting thing there. Toggle view and then unlock discussion, and then you can share your screen. And sharing the screen is one of the features I want to add into this thing too. Okay, so this follow unfollow means that this person has to do that. And how do I stop following? And you have to press this button to unfollow. Okay, so it says follow me to the lobby. And so what he would do is say follow and then move to something. And then I would have to say yes. That works, right? And then unfollow, something like that. Okay, so that seems doable. Let's go here. Let's go to should be done now. Now let's go for, let's see, on chat message. And get our response. Author string. I don't think this bubble is required anymore, so let's do that. Then we can do an if response dot contains. I guess index of follow me is not equal to -1. Then we want to move, or want to send follow request and then move to the event author. Now, I don't know this API, so we're gonna look it up real quick. So if we go to the WorkAdventure docs and go to resources, self-hosted, I think there was a developer thing here somewhere. Troubleshooting, Docker, hosted. I had the docs of this thing open earlier. Docs.WorkAdventure. Okay, and in here we want the map scripting API. Okay. Now, let's look for follow. Yeah, that's tutorial 5. Tutorial 5 is the one that mentioned it, so I was like, oh, that's great. We can totally do that. And I'm glad, because if it wasn't for that tutorial, I wouldn't have thought that a bot was possible. Let's see. So player, can I move player to position? I can teleport player to position. Player ID. Teleporting would work. That wouldn't be nice, I don't think. let's see, controls. Disable player controls. Don't think we want to do that. Event. Do that, and that's kind of nice. Metadata, navigation. Interesting, you can go to a different room or open a website. Okay, that's cool. Figure tracking. Getting the players, player position. How can I do the follow? Camera. Follow player. It only sets the camera to follow. And I do this author. Author is any. And if it's an instance of the player, I guess it's not an instance of player because player is the current player. I got a remote player and it has a position and state. Player moves, player tracking. Let me do a quick debugger thing. So I can inspect what's going on here, like what instances of classes we have. Okay, and then from my WorkAdventure, I'm going to go here, kick that off. Do that. Okay, that was too slow. The current place has changed. I think we did that too fast. So if I say I, user denied, trying to play notification error. Interesting. Don't think that matters to us. That's just a permissions thing. I didn't give it access to send me notifications. Okay, so let's look at the event. So event author is a remote player. Okay. No actions. In the prototype, we can do send event, set variable, and remove action. Okay, so perhaps send event is what we want. So let's look at the events. Events. Received. Oh, that's not very useful. Navigation is not useful either. And disable the player controls. That is very interesting. Not 100% sure how. Like, I know there's this button, so it should be possible to do exactly that. Okay, let's restart this debugger. Let me get rid of that debugger. I know it's a remote player, and there's no interesting things we can deal with. Okay, so that's Zybo there. And for those who don't know, Zybo is so Ibo is Japanese for like sidekick, and because we're Express AI, we like to start things with X, and we're the original X, and that Twitter bullshit, and yeah, we gotta wait. Okay. It does not have to be a real user. Okay. Is there any way for me to see what this does? Let's go back here. Okay, so we have player proximity meeting, on chat message. Let's look at any on things in here. Dots on variable change, on chat message. What about WA.player proximity meeting? Let's see. And moves. Nope, don't want that. Chat dot chat message. State. And what about UI? Action bar. And callback small. And remote player clicked. Open pop-up. Move bubble. Let's see. Let me do that debugger thing again. So on participant join, on debugger here, and I will look at that action bar. Okay, go here. That should kick off the debugger, or not. Do that again. Connection error. Did I kill the server? I did. Oh, that's fun. That makes life much harder. Okay, let's see if that started the thing. Okay, that's on the chat message received. Okay, so that seems that if on participant join must be something else there. So let's get rid of this proximity meeting. Then on chat message, set the debugger there. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Let's go back to the console. Let's go back here and restart this. Unspecified launch failure. That's great. That's great. What's the problem now? Okay, so there's that. And now if I go here and do something. This loads the model. I should make this kind of preloads the model. There's some ideas about what I want to do there. CUDA era 719. I don't know what is CUDA era 719. I haven't had any problems until now. Looks like I'm just running out of memory. Which is weird because I wasn't running out of memory like 2 seconds ago. Anyway, that's not super relevant, I guess. Let's go here and I go, hey, and that should hit us into the debugger that I want to see. Okay, now in here, I want to check out this WA UI. So it's the UI dot action bar. An action bar trigger. Has some function that I can't really see. If I could call toString to it, but I don't think that's necessarily what I'm interested in. I thought this would be the action bar, but maybe it's not. And what is this thing? How can I help you today? Okay, so now it's like happy. What is the GPU memory looking like right now? Right here. Yeah, it's not 100%, which is what I would expect. Anyway, let's do that, and then get rid of you. Let's listen to all of the events, and then I will try to get the bot to follow me. Right, so if I ask it, hey, follow me, then it should just say, okay, I'm going to follow you. And that should make things easier. So we have WA dot, there's no events here, so let's go WA maybe I'll look up that documentation one more time. So this should be a WA event. And then on something. It's possible to subscribe to everything. There's send event. Listening to events. Is there a way to observe everything? I'm not 100% sure. Let's give just event on a try. And this needs to be a synchronous function. It's just not an event. It says that that doesn't exist, but that might be fine. Okay, now Zybo's here. Maybe walk up to him. Ask him to follow me once he replies. Interesting. Follow. Okay. What's there? Nope. That's unfortunate. Okay, let me undo a few things. Mainly, I also undid some... Well, I tried to get rid of some errors that the language server was telling me existed. But if I do that, the scope bubble seems to be very important. Otherwise, I don't see the message. So I'll do that. Let's get out of here. And then go there. Not connect to the server. Did I kill the server again? That would suck. Did. Let me put, if it's a GPU memory issue, we can do something like, let's make it be less GPU layers. be slightly slower, I guess, but maybe significantly slower. Let's see how that works. So let's refresh you. That's annoying. Am I going to have to watch that forever? Guess I'll refresh myself. Okay, where am I? Okay, so I'm doing that. Got some chats coming up. And hopefully this isn't too... Oh, no, that sucked. All right, I'm gonna have to like pull out my GPU server, I guess, for this. It sucks because the ones on Google Cloud are like currently under construction. I would like my bowl to work as a force field. Yeah, that would be kind of cool if you could like be like, I'm not available right now. I think there's an interesting thing that you can set like on the map. Like you can make it that this is a silent zone. So if you're in here, people cannot, talk to you. You don't hear their microphone. And that's something that GatherTown did not have, and I thought that would be useful. Okay. The GPU it's like a decent memory usage. It still should be fine. Let's move that over there. And go back to the console. It's doing the first loading and stuff like that. Okay, this is a test. Go up to Zybo. Start talking. Come back later. Okay. And oh, Happy New Year, by the way. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and the safe for work version of Second Life. Yeah, that's so true. And it's kind of sad for Second Life because they were trying to make it be a thing for enterprise, but there's a lot of people that want to do the sexy times and on the internet, especially. So yeah, you gotta be careful with that. What was I doing? I was trying to have this work. Can't see anything. Now I'm following. And then if I move, follow that. I wonder if that is the camera. I mean, it's worth a shot. Let's do that. Okay, so if follow me, we'll do wa.camera.follow layer. What? Camera, follow player smooth. I see. You can tell it to look somewhere else, and then when you want it to stop doing that and follow the player, that's what you use that thing for. Okay, that's not what we want. It's so annoying because, like, in the tutorials, it says developing a bot using ChatGPT. This is one of the things you can do is have it follow you. But how? It doesn't mention how to do that. You can see the prompting that it does. Parameter change. Let me do our AI thing. Move the robot. We'll handle the user messages, which is what we're seeing. Then when there's multiple users, that makes it interesting. End of chat messages. Follow me mode. Yes. How do you do that? Long-term memory to the bot, that's perfectly doable with Vecto. And this is no longer an issue. I mean, it's still an issue, but it's just not so much bigger now that you don't have to worry about it. I guess we just do it manually. I mean, that's probably what's happening, right? Like, we have the location of the player, right? So let's just do that. So we'll have a start following. Then how do you stop? So if I tell him to follow me, and I get another message, I guess we get a chat message, and if this mode is equal to following, then this mode is equal to chatting. Chatting, waiting, and following, right? So essentially, it will follow you until you say something else. Seems reasonable to me, I guess. And then somewhere on the message, if there's some sort of follow me, start following. So this dot start following, and I guess this should actually be this dot stop following. Something like that. And then we can copy a private async start following. Having the remote player would be a good thing there. A private async stop following. And just set this mode to chatting, and then here when it says go to, there's how it moves, right? Player move to. Okay, so we're gonna have to do this either constantly or every few seconds or something like that. So we start following the user position X and Y there. Okay, and then we'll do while this mode equal to following, I'm going to do that. Okay, hopefully it doesn't have async enough to not matter too much. Okay, and start chat. We need to start following, and then we need to pass the event.author. Okay, so I think that's possible to be enough. Let's go down and say, hey, Zabo. Follow me. That didn't work. All right, let's look at what's going on here. Now connect to the server. Oh, man, that's so annoying. I need a bigger GPU. You also need a smarter model. Okay, let's go get a GPU, I guess. So let me connect to our GPU real quick. Do the auth stuff that needs to be done. Okay, and copy some code. Okay, now let's do some stuff. So what we'll have to do, so you luckily have this nice GPU server here. Okay, there's a A100. And I think what we'll have to do is get XAI server running on that. That's annoying. It's really annoying. Because it takes a long time to download the models. I'm trying to think if I had some other way. I don't think I do, but it does so much. I mean, we could just use OpenAI, but that's expensive, so I'd rather use the resources I have. We'll just do stuff while we wait for it to download. Let's see. Do I have Hugging Face? I don't. So annoying. So annoying. Let's see, did I have... I was downloading some interesting models today, as there's lots of them. Let's go into GitHub Llama CPP models. That one's going to take a while to upload. I don't think we have much of a choice. Hmm. Let's see if I can screen this thing. Let's screen X. There's no screen. Okay, well, let's do the project thing. So we'll go here and then go to on server. Let's do that, and then Python. Oh, what version of Python do I have on here? 3.10 should be good enough. Okay, and let us source VM activate. Pip install Hugging Face. Is that? I gotta check. I don't want to randomly pip install stuff. Hugging Face Hub. Install transformers. I think transformers will install the necessary stuff. Did I do that? Okay. Pip install transformers. Let's see if that does anything. Should do what it is, and then I'll need to log in and all that stuff. And all that jazz. So what model am I using? I've been playing with Zephyr up till now, which is a Hugging Face kind of fine-tuned version of Mistral 7B. And I find that it works a little bit better than Mistral, but not as good as Notux or Notice from Argula. So right now, my current favorite is Notux, which is the kind of fine-tuned version of Mixtral 7B, which is what we want to do here. So let me log in and do the whole token thing. Let me do something. And I hide myself real quick. I guess I could stop the camera. And then let me do the Hugging Face token stuff. Although I think it's fine, but just in case, I don't want to dox myself here. Okay. Paste the token in there. Sure, why not? Login successful. Okay, now I can come back. There we go. And okay, so we do Hugging Face CLI. And the one I want is no ducks 8x7b gguf, because we're doing llama CPP here. Okay, and I've heard, I haven't tried this yet, but like Q4KM, which is what I usually use, is not as good in the mixture of expert models, apparently. So I'm going to try this one. It should be good. And since I have 80 gigs, I could totally run this one. It's just like more time to download. It'd probably be faster. I think it's faster. Okay, this is what I want to do. So let me see how fast. The internet on these servers isn't like the best. Let's do Q8 underscore 0. Is that what it was? Yeah. Consider using ASF HF transfer for faster downloads. I would like faster downloads. Is that something you pip install? That's the first time I saw that. I guess. Okay, I just have enable export. And transfer 1. Okay, and now if we do that again, should be maybe faster. Not sure. But we're looking about 10 minutes or so. That's not so bad. Okay, so that's running. So we'll be running with no tucks, hopefully. And yeah, the mixture of expert models is pretty good, pretty decent. And decently fast, I would say. Like that's the main kind of interesting thing, is that they're not that slow. Okay, so let's go back here. Now, while that is happening, so we'll just keep this thing on life support or something like that. Or I guess I can just disable the GPU. So in XAI L1 server, we have this use GPU flag, and we'll just put that to false. Not flash, but false. Oops. That should be, I mean, it should work. It just means it's going to be like much slower. Especially with these, the Xeon 4208 that I'm using. It's like the worst CPU. My MacBook has a faster single core speed than this one. Okay, so that is running now. And if I come back here and join and say follow me or something like that. Sure, Eduardo, I would be happy to lead you to the garden or coffee machine. And that wasn't as slow as I was expecting. Am I still using the... still using the... okay, so that needs fixing. I think that used GPU works for RWKV, which is what we're using it for. But here, we want to set this to 0. Let's reload that. Let's reload you, and then for myself, let me get out of the way. Okay, let's wait for this to load. So we got a chat completion done. This is a test. To chat. Then I will go up to Zybo and we'll see it respond. And it died. Is this that my GPU is dying? Could be that my GPU is dying. It's like not very new. It's a 2070 Super, which with, it has like 20 teraflops of floating point 16, which makes it punch a little bit above its weight if you're careful. But is it dying? It could be that it's dying. So let's just leave that alone, I guess, for now. And wait for this, I guess, to... I guess we got 10 minutes. What can we do in 10 minutes? So... what can we do in 10 minutes here? This following thing... let's look at that following thing one more time. I need an outline. I can't... too old to be scrolling around. Okay, on chat message. This message from the user. So this is message. So we can have message index of follow me. Let's do something like this. Then put everything else inside of else. Like so, and then just hard code this. That way we don't really need we don't need a language model to follow. Just say send chat message. Okay, lead on or something like that. Scope bubble. I think I got rid of the scope bubble. We need there. Okay, so that's good. And then in main, when we do this test, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to just get rid of this entire thing. We don't need that. Okay, let's reload this. So there's a few people who joined here. And I should share what we're up to. So today's stream, I'm gonna be, so what I'm essentially doing is kind of making a chatbot, OpenAI chatbot. Well, not OpenAI, but with local LLM models, kind of bot that can live in this WorkAdventure world, which is a tool for, remote presence and stuff like that. It's all open source, which is great. And it has an API that allows me to create a bot like this. And so the bot is living in here, and he has some things available to him. And I'm gonna try, all right, getting inside of here will cause stuff, but if I say follow me, okay, lead on, cool. That's not following me. That's fine. That's great. Okay, not following. Yeah, that's annoying. That's annoying. I can move to the player once, I think, right? Let's go look at follow. Start chat. Join, start following. I set the mode to follow. Ooh, did I forget to return? I should have returned, I think. Let me do that. So on chat message, my mode is following, I'll stop, but we're not. If there's follow me, we'll start following, send chat message, and then return. I guess it doesn't matter, because it's the last thing in there. It's just me, or it didn't follow at all. Let's try that again. Okay, lead on. Yeah, I'm feeling that doesn't even come close to working. Okay, no, I'm an idiot. So when we start following, we set this mode to following, and then await the move, and then eventually we'll stop. I think that makes sense. Let's do that. Oh, and I haven't tried the Phi-2 model yet. I've been thinking about it, but I haven't downloaded. It's like a smaller model, and it's not the best at anything. It's more like it's Microsoft, MIT, and not censored, so people can experiment with it. And that's the main thing. Follow me, lead on. Okay, he moved. So that happened once. And the thing is, I stop following immediately when we get the chat message. Problem is that we need to wait till after this, right? So if we did not send that message and we got a following, then we're done. But this will happen. Okay, let's move this way. Okay, this is the order of events that I would like it to be in. Let's restart, and now we should have a bot that follows us. It should be fine. Follow me, lead on, cool. So I'm just gonna keep on following me until he breaks. For whatever reason. Because I got this quit the discussion. That's also a chat message, apparently. I wonder how. Well, who's the author in that case? Let's debugger this real quick. Because now I'm curious. Need a better setup for having so many windows. Okay, so we're there. Zybo's down there. Then I will go up to Zybo. And I'll say, follow me, please. And lead on. And if I am careful, I can get him to go anywhere. But if I leave, I have to quit the discussion. And that not trigger the debugger. Interesting. Didn't trigger the debugger. That's weird. Let's see where we are with the download. Not great. I wonder if it continues. Do you think it continues? It may or may not. It's struggling there, but it's keeping going. So definitely want that. Okay, it didn't trigger this. Okay, what if I have this thing and then we just do else if message.index on. Okay, we'll stop following. Yeah, that's an interesting thing of like when it should stop following. And that's exactly why you need an agent that kind of can look at what's going on and decide when it should stop following. Okay, so let's do that. Here, try to talk to us. Follow me. And lead on. Let's keep going. There's something else happening there, huh? I think. Wait, was there a received too close. Let's change. So I think there's another mode somewhere in here that's causing the mode goes to waiting. And when the mode goes to waiting, this stops because we're not following anymore. I see. Now that makes sense. So we will go from waiting. So if we're not following, then we will go to waiting, else we don't care. And then here, we also need to make sure that we're not doing this when we're following. Okay, there's got to be a better way of doing this, but that's fine for now. We're just playing around. Ooh, did I have that debugger line there? We don't. Okay, cool. Let me go up to Zybo. Tell him to follow me. Follow. Leave everything. Now he's just gonna keep following me until we're done. And I'll say okay. And that did nothing. See chat not in chatting mode. Yeah, that makes sense. Because we aren't in chat mode, we're in follow mode. So okay, so if this mode is if we receive a chat message, and I don't care what it is, if this mode is equal to following, we're going to stop following. And set this mode to chatting. I guess that's what we do there. I'm not sure that's necessarily the right thing. Okay, let's just do that for now. He's really touchy and feely. He's got to report this bot to HR. Okay. Here, and it follows me. I can say something. Doesn't matter what I say. I'll stop. Okay. Cool. So that's great. Let's see where our downloads are at. That's going to take way too long. Big scroll. Yeah, the interesting thing about the Notice and Notux models, which I'm downloading here, is that the only thing that's like the special sauce with them is that it has better training data. Like, that's it. It's not like, it's not better because it's a different architecture or anything like that. It's just better training data. Like, they've done the work to clean it up and make it better, which I find very interesting. And so, yeah, I'm not sure. I need to try Phi, but there's so many models to try, you know, like it's getting pretty ridiculous. Especially when you don't even need GPUs to make models anymore. And they all look so good. Okay, so this is going to take a little while. And what I want to do is I want to make a framework for this kind of bot. I'm just going to do it from scratch. So yeah, I think I should just do it from scratch. So let's do that. Okay. Do I have Chrome open? I do. Let's go into some Express AI stuff. Okay, so I have an idea. What I'm going to do is create a Flask server here.
Hey.
Oh, hey.
I thought I'd hop on to annoy you a little.
Okay.
Because the Fixtral thing, there is like a Hugging Face space that is running it. And I've tried to ask it about, your go-to test that you always do with any new model with this keys in the cup riddle.
Yeah.
And it fails.
No tux. Yeah, no tux doesn't fail it.
Oh, cool. And it's funny because I told it like, okay, maybe if I tell it the cup, it kind of thinks of something that maybe can, where something the keys maybe will not spill out for whatever reason. So I added the note that a cup is a cylindrical container with a permanent opening at the top. So now it tells me, well, when you turn the cup upside down, the keys stay in the cup because of the shape of the cup, not because of gravity.
So like, sure of itself. And it's so dumb.
Yeah. It's like... It's almost as if you have the Deadpool meme. It's like, shh, my common sense is tingling.
My common sense is tingling. Yeah, I didn't know about that one, but Deadpool is great. So I think, so this is old. Or is it old? No, it must be.
What are you looking
good.
For?
So anyway, the game plan. I was getting to the game plan. So I'll create a Flask server here with an API, and in that API, I will call out to various things, and yeah, the plan is to do that like that.
Oh,
like it'll choose call out to various things like baby AGI style, essentially.
Cool. I just wanted to highlight something. We have viewers on YouTube. Shout out to them.
Oh, you got YouTube viewers. Interesting.
Yeah.
Welcome, YouTube viewers. We usually only have Twitch viewers. We also have a lot of Twitter viewers too. I think
Twitter is a
but I don't think they like. If you're just on your phone, like software stuff isn't something you're gonna necessarily watch. But anyway, so yeah, let's do that. So essentially, for the Flask, the default Flask thing, something like this. So we create an app, and then you can do define get route, define post route. I think we're just going to deal with posts here. And if you do this, you should have essentially a server running. I think for host, we need to put 0, and for port, we currently have to make it 8888. Thanks, Google. I do want this to be a debugging server. Okay, so that's that. The name, we can just leave it as app, and we don't need anything else. Okay, so interesting. I don't think I have a way to get JSON, only to get form values. Yeah, so that's easy enough to add. Let me just double check. It's on. No, that's not what I want. I think this one is what we want. Like a Flask, and then have a request.json. If the request is that, if it's not that, okay, that's exactly what I want. So we'll just do copy this, and then make a Flask that request JSON value. So that's a property. It can be anything. And for us, we're going to only deal with dictionaries. It could be something else, but I think just doing it this way is about as easy as it will get. Yeah, something like that. Just to make something simple that, okay, on our post, we're going to refresh this real quick. Get JSON Flask get request JSON value, and I'm going to get greeting, right? And then we'll return. Let's call this name, right? The name. Oh, before we return that, let's uppercase that. Do I have an uppercase? I don't. Let's make one real quick. Uppercase string. No, let's just add an exclamation point. That's format strings. Okay. Format string. Then our string format str will be hello name. That's much fun. And the arts will be I guess I want the entire thing. Let's do get request JSON as well. Okay, so we'll just get JSON. The value will be some sort of dict most likely, right? And there's no key. Something like that is what I really want here. Okay, JSON. We'll do request JSON. Format the string with the args. Should have a name, and then we will just return that string. It'd be kind of better if we returned. No, it has to be a JSON response. I mean, a string is JSON, right? That's fine. Let's also print it just in case. Pretty print that. Yeah. Open this. If I didn't forget an import. A route, yes. Let's call this /greet. Okay. No module named Discord.
The format string is from the Discord module, apparently. Yeah, it's in Discord.
This environment is kind of
UI.
really messed up. Okay, let's go to utils. Okay, print is in utils. It's pretty print. Some vector examples, that's great. Okay, let's not do that. Let's go print. Let's open that. And let's format string in here since we have the others like format string. Okay, there we go. So let's print out the string there. And we will have to, if I change it, will this reload work? It might, but I'm not sure. You're already using it, so that's good. That's more or less what I expected. So we should have a Zybo Pi. And I think I also have a it was like a run thing that I want server, yeah, something like this, right? So let's make a new file, place this in there. So then we'll run Zybo Pi. Rename this to Zybo server Pi. Okay, so that should be good enough. We need to do something about how short our keys are. Do Zybo server 88, start that service, and then hopefully be able to work with it. Let's check our server here. We have 3 minutes left. That's great. And no tux is a pretty good model to be working with. Did I do something wrong here? We have an error somewhere that's getting squashed. We might have an error somewhere that's getting squashed. Gonna have to look at the logs to see what's going on there. Or was it that there could only be one running service? I don't think that's the case. You can have more than one running service. We can kill this one, pretty sure. That is not needed. I guess we could only have one running service in this config. That's fine. I wonder who was the first man on Mars. Yeah, that's like a really good test question for LLMs, because they'll want to make stuff up, right? And that's kind of how it works. Okay, so I know that on Google Cloud this takes a ridiculous amount of time to load, so we'll just wait for that. Got a minute left here. Now I'm wondering, what does notice say if I say that? So if I go here and go to our backends, say 7B. Okay, so let's do that question here. Who was the first man on Mars? Non-type model has no pre-ignition. What did I broke it? Or how did I break it? Or wait, am I using the right model? Yeah, notice 7B. Oh, right, we don't have notice 7B here. We don't have safe. Or not even that. Where did my model go? Oh. Replacing the Zypher 7B. Okay, so let's do that real quick. So here, go to this backends, change this to Zypher 7B. Then ask the question again. Who was the first man on Mars? Oh, right. It would help if I started the survey. Okay.
Yeah, in the meantime, the hosted fixed role has also answered. And it says that the
hosted
Phi2 mix model thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it says that the first human on Mars was Neil Armstrong.
Interesting. Now, look at this. There have not been any human missions to Mars as of now. 7B model.
The answer is incorrect, since no one has ever won. Okay, what?
I mean, so there have been no human missions to Mars, right? The answer is incorrect.
Interesting is
that part is weird, right? But like, it's kind of correct, and that's for typical 7B stuff.
Yeah, the fixed role thing then continues to imagine things and says that SpaceX has landed in February of 21.
Wow, it's like more optimistic than even Elon Musk. That's saying something, you know. Okay,
I guess that's what you get if you have like 2.8 billion models only.
Yeah, it's a very small model. It's like, and because of that, I don't really feel like interested in it all that much. You know, like maybe for fine tuning or something.
If it would be possible to make it capable of directly querying a knowledge base.
Yeah,
as part
might
of
be better.
the.
I think it would be
attention mechanism.
Yeah.
instead of just like adding stuff into it.
Hmm.
If it
Yeah,
could,
that's
like,
a
directly.
that's a thing I want to do so much. It's like essentially like hard code the fact that it remembers stuff, right? And the training of that, like training that thing would be crazy. And it would have like a fixed database of memories when you're training. So with that, I think it would kind of be good, but the error on that might be ridiculous. I have the feeling the gradients would explode, but it would be nice to kind of have something like that, or
I mean, if we
or
could
even
come up with
mixture of
a
expert style.
Yeah.
Or like the different memories kind of are part of the experts that come up. Yeah, could be a thing. So worth looking at. Okay, 4 seconds. It's the longest 4 seconds ever.
Yeah, it's the type of Windows file copy estimation.
Yeah. Partially my fault, I think. The hard disk configuration is not ideal, I have learned.
Yeah. I mean, there's no point in buying hard disks unless you want to have them for archival storage these days. Or maybe I'm just spoiled, but
maybe. I mean, I'm like rocking some hard disks in my TrueNAS now, and I'm so happy with having space. You know,
TrueNAS on network attached storage, that's fine. If you're,
but I mean, like if you have SSDs in front of your ZFS hard disks, you know, and they're significant and can cache things well.
Yeah, but still, it's kind of nice. Like, it's not even that expensive to get like 4 terabytes of SSD, NVMe SSD storage that you can read at like gigabytes per second.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of expensive, though, especially enterprise stuff.
Yeah, enterprise stuff, yeah. But in principle, you still can build a server. Like, if you have more time than money, then...
yeah. Google, I hate you, but what is the problem?
Google is the problem.
Yeah.
I see.
Up the logs with
as we work on the new version of the platform, one of the first things will be to get as much Google out of the way as possible.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder whether just getting compute nodes and start them with an image for Kubernetes would be better.
Possibly.
So we don't have to use Google's Kubernetes implementation. On the other hand, all those thousands of engineers must be doing something.
Yeah. What is the problem?
Okay, cool.
We need a way to get the logs in the platform. I don't know why it's broken. But yeah. What?
That is not using Bash? Or
Yes. It's something stupid like that. We start new service. We want cyberserver.sh.
But Python cyberserver sh? That doesn't make sense either.
Yeah.
Have you...
double check that. I did not name it a .py. Is that? I did. Okay. Yeah, so this is a shell script.
Yeah. Does it take the port parameter then?
It should.
Okay.
Like I had this script somewhere else, and I thought that's the script. Where did I?
The one that used to set things up with like requirements and stuff. Like there used to be functionality for that, but kind of for a different use case.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so this is still saving. Okay, let's give that a sec.
Is it saving? Is it running like an MD5 something or?
Kind of. If I'm not mistaken, I have it set up with ZFS, and I have it set up wrong, I think, for this server. And I found that home can be incredibly slow. And before downloading this, I didn't check if home had enough space. Should probably do that.
Oh, yeah. If that's the
That
case,
would be probably a good idea. Especially because it's like at the end, so I feel like it did finish, but like it's just like for some reason really slow at writing these things. Okay, cool. So this is up where?
No,
okay,
it
no,
isn't.
It's not up. We have to wait some more.
Yeah, that is the Google. You have to wait some more thing.
It's like it's called Google Kubernetes Autopilot. It's like the worst autopilot. Usually you trust your autopilot to fly the plane correctly.
I think they want to tarnish the autopilot name for Microsoft.
Yeah.
Because everything is an autopilot. Oh no, it's a co-pilot there.
Where is... Why did I not get the email to the admin? I think we have enough space. Could be wrong. I think we have enough space. Let me see if I can log in or not. Yeah, we're close. I mean, we still have plenty of space. We have 102 gigs, so that's fine. This is just like IO wait reasons. IO wait madness.
I could run dstat to see what's going on. Oh, no, not V, D.
No, dstat.
Yeah, like these nuts.
Yeah, installing is going to be a while because the IO wait is in the stratosphere right now, which is weird. Let's go to...
No, that's done. The IO wait? It's it's like one process or like one CPU that's on I/O wait, but what is it waiting for? Because the disks seem okay. I mean, now it's kind of writing something that's not that much.
Yeah, like okay, so the thing is configured to using ZFS pool 1, right, which is this.
Yeah.
And this is a 1 terabyte drive set up to
Little fragmentation, but that's like 12% isn't that much.
yeah, I'm not sure. Like I think I will avoid ZFS from Proxmox and instead just give disks, like, so in my TrueNAS, I give the disks directly to the system and then set ZFS inside, right? I've had zero problems with that. This setup where I have ZFS here and then kind of give a hard disk to the thing inside of that, that's been not ideal in terms of performance for what I've seen. Like a lot of weight for large files. It's like small files fine, but I've had instances where I'm like trying to VI a small like I'm in VI and I'm like saving some script and I've had to wait like 30 seconds for it to finish. So
yeah, something's wrong with that.
Yeah, something's very wrong. So you like giving systems disks that live inside of ZFS is probably a bad idea.
Now that's not necessarily a bad thing.
So if you think about it,
like I haven't used Proxmox, so
yeah,
I can't.
It's like essentially there's just one big disk, right? And I'm not sure, like the features that you have with ZFS for doing things with files like snapshots and all that stuff.
You kind of
like okay, so you know how like ZFS has the it can detect if there's bit rot, right, by saving those things. I have the feeling that something like that is being done on this entire 1 terabyte disk over and over and over and over again, every few writes or something. Like it's got to be something like that.
I mean, in principle, what it should be doing is it's exporting like a volume from the pool, and well, then you're using that volume like whatever, right?
I guess possible.
And
I'm not sure.
In that case, I mean, that's useful because you can extend the pool.
Yeah, that's like why you want to do that. I mean, you can also use Ceph, but I'm pretty sure the Ceph is even worse.
Yeah, Ceph is...
No, whatever.
I mean, Ceph is nice because you can go across multiple machines, but unless you have at least 10 gigabit networking, it also sucks.
Yeah. And the server does have 10 gig networking, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, but like between...
We don't have other... yeah, exactly. So...
can you check the ZFS on the host?
Yeah. Let me just go to the host here. Delete shell. Not sure why that's so slow. It could also be like a bug in 7.3. 7.3 is kind of old now. I gotta update this server. But yeah, the write performance is just terrible. Actually timed out to the shell. That's weird. It doesn't matter that much.
I mean, if there's nothing else to do, you might as well take a look.
Yeah. Came here to I don't think anybody came here to watch Linux administration, but
Hey,
sometimes
there are
it's,
9 people watching at the moment.
yeah, there's a lot of people watching.
Like a
Like,
few
yes, to
from
get-
Twitter, actually. Wow.
Yeah,
It's
we
not a
are
scam.
down. We're
Hello,
down
Twitter
into
people,
the
or X
yeah.
people.
Twitter people. It's like, I promise you, we're doing agent stuff. It's just we are way into the yaks. We're shaving yaks upon yaks upon yaks. Mainly so it all started with me using my GPU server. This is my Windows workstation right next to me over here. Yeah, the GPU memory is not enough to do what we want to do. So I'm trying to run this on our A100, but I didn't have, a good model in there right now. So I'm downloading one, but it's kind of stuck at 100% because it's writing the file. I think it's doing a copy, and that is incredibly terrible performance in terms of things. So now we're trying to debug that.
What you want
So
to do is a Z-pool list, first of all.
That
List.
what? List.
Okay, so we have that. You can do a Z-pool status. And that seems to be kind of okay-ish.
Yeah.
Can you run HTOP? Or just top in general? Okay, so Ceph is messing something up.
I think it's because I opened it up.
No,
I mean,
it
it
has
has been running
like
for a while.
10,000s of hours of runtime.
Look at that load average. Okay. Let's do that.
Yeah, what is... Like, what's up with Ceph? That's... I mean, it is using 4 cores, but... Maybe it's, like, no big deal.
Wrong one. Wrong one. Not this one. The actual data center. Ceph. It's just a terrible thing to say.
Ceph pool.
Yeah, sounds like cesspool. Which did I have anything? I think I've set it up, but I'm not sure if I have anything using it. So if we could just get rid of it, that would be fine. I think I have. Yeah, I have the spinning Rust disks in the Ceph pool. And this is the NVMe, and these are the SATA disks. Yeah,
can you
that's the setup.
run in the terminal zpool status -v so we can see what's up with that? Maybe some additional things. Well, no scrubbing, no problems. Okay. Would you mind running dstat here too? So we can see
compare this one with this one.
okay, so what are we seeing here? We have a lot of I/O weight.
Yeah.
Just given how many But is that just Ceph? Is it enough?
I don't think so. Like Ceph is empty. Like, it's empty, and nobody should be using it. I think it's known like that it's like failing for whatever reason. But yeah, nobody's using it. It's all this ZFS, and I think it's because it's a very, very large, like 1 terabyte SSD in a format which is just not ideal for the anti-bit rot check summing that it does. I think that's what it has to
does
do.
that on a page level, so that should be like not a problem.
Could it be that the disk is encrypted, and so that means that a ton of pages are being updated?
That
this encryption is also block level.
Thing. You could also run IO-stat, IO-top to see what is doing stuff.
Do I have IO-top on here? Yeah. What was it called? IO? Was it in IO-top?
Yeah, I think it's just IO-top. So, can you order that by... Order that.
Sort or web swapping, right?
Okay, so we do see that for whatever reason, Cephmon is writing like kind of.
It's not writing a.
It's not a lot, but it's
it's not a lot.
Often. And what else do we see? Z volume. It's kinda as expected, but why is it so?
Yeah, no idea why it's so slow.
I mean, you could also for us like a write cache sync.
Is there a safe way to disable Ceph?
I have no idea.
You can shut. No, that's just on the node. That's not shutting down Ceph. Let's create FS monitor. Can I see the logs at least? It's like completely broken, I think. It's.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah, just bugged out of.
So we can't really tell why it is broken that way.
Yeah, exactly.
You could. What happens if you run a sync?
From here?
Just running sync.
In the GPU, or yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter all that much, but what this thing does is it forces write caches to be written. So ideally, instead of going like a few dozen megabytes at a time, it should go like as fast as it can. Also, this terminal will now be blocked until this is done.
Now it can be destat this terminal and see what's going on.
Yeah.
It looks to be about the same.
Yeah, it is.
It writes 50 megabytes at a time.
What could be? Can you show? Oh yeah, that is actually a thing that I remember from when I was dealing with Ceph. Can you check the I/O scheduler?
Outside? Right?
Both.
Is there an IO shed?
No. That is you cut a sys block SDA or whatever. Yeah. Which one is it here? I guess SDA, SDB.
SDB1. Yeah, SDB.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Sysblock, SDB, and where is it? Q. And now you have the scheduler there. Just scheduler. Okay. Let's echo MQ deadline there. Yeah, like that. Okay, let's get this start. And also on the host system, let's see what it does there. What we know there.
This one. Yes,
Because
we don't know which one it
sometimes it have scheduling I/O in a way that is a bit annoying. Now, if you want to know what is where, you might want to do an lsblk. That I think also shows the mod points and stuff.
Yeah. SDB B and C, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And then this is the Z pool on those disks. Okay, so these are mirrors.
So you probably want to look at all of them.
Mm.
Just what the scheduler is.
Keep deadline for that.
Your video feed is right in front of it, so.
Oh. There you go.
Okay.
So SDC is also MQ deadline, and then ZD0 is none, but that's the only choice.
Okay. Interesting.
Mm. Yeah. Kind of crazy.
Not a lot that we can really do about it other than wait.
Yeah. It is annoying. And for some reason, like, some idiot
the RAM
always wears a
usage
Tesla
is-
hat. The what?
The RAM usage is also quite a lot, I guess.
Yeah, that's normal because this,
Oh, it's
kind of
fine.
gave this server a shit ton. And okay, so I guess we gave you 128 gigs, so that's like half the RAM, but then the rest is like caches.
Okay. The I/O delay also. I mean that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
We
the
know
I/O
I/O
delay
is
is
a
nuts.
problem here, but.
Anyway, so I guess we'll just have to keep waiting for this NoTux to finish. I can actually run NoTux locally Let's see what that's like. So if we go to my projects, GitHub, Llama CPP, at build 5, I think. And I have this prompt 5, which you can see. This is the special thing that I don't want to put on the internet so that they stop gaming it. And if I go stable beluga is just way too slow. If we do models node chunks 870, so it's do its thing. My CPU isn't exactly idle right now, so that we can't expect really good performance, but should be fine. Oh, and something's weird about new lines. Like you can see that the LF token is set correctly up here, but still outputs it. I'm not 100% sure why. I think it's misconfigured somewhere.
No, this is the input, right?
Yeah, this is the input. That's why it's yellow.
So it shows
We're
you
waiting.
kind of the entire thing with the input tokens. So it has turned the line feed into this particular special token.
Oh, it's configured that way. I see.
Yeah, I think that's what
Why is it?
this particular.
Why is it
thing
configured that way? That's so weird. Whatever. And yeah, you can kind of see, like, if I want this bot to move, I want it to be able to process these kind of things in a second or maybe 2, not minutes, per token. Once it gets started, it's actually not terrible in terms of performance, but it does take a little bit of time. Plus the memory requirements are a little bit much. I'm not running my virtual machine, so should be fine. But we are running a bunch of other stuff, so
an interesting thing there is for things that I've recently seen on X Twitter. People are actually starting to kind of properly use the M2, M3 kind of AI accelerator, both for like training and stuff, and they seem to be getting like really good performance.
Yeah, like Llama CPP on an M3 is awesome. Performance is amazing, especially an M3 Max or something like that. M2 as well, but like with the M3 and the GPU stuff, it's like even better. And it's interesting how not everything is using the neural accelerator. Like it's pretty limited, so only certain things use it, and otherwise it uses the GPU. And when you're using MPS, you kind of don't have to care about it. You just say, use whatever you want, and then it will automatically schedule everything. Yeah, it takes a second or 2 per token. So yeah, we'll just wait for it to think here. But in my experience, it depends on the temperature, and I have the temperature set to not be 0. But essentially, NoTux does get this right more often than not. A little spurious in its outputs sometimes, though. I should start adding be concise, right? Or like every word you say costs me money, so be as concise as possible or something like that. Okay. Where are we at? Let's see. So we're waiting for this. We're waiting for this. And let's see if the server is up. Here. Bad gateway. Sucks I have to wait so long just to see the logs here. It's a crash loop because that's so dumb. Could have sworn I had like a working script in here. It's just allow root. I think so. If I save that, I think we can just wait. Then you move to the bedroom while carrying. The interesting thing is like, this is about the speed of a person who can't type very well, you know? So it's kind of weird how we say it's slow, but you know, people work at this kind of speed, you know?
And it is infuriating if you have to chat with them like that.
Yeah.
It's like walking behind someone who is just walking too slow.
Yeah, exactly. Just barely, just too slow. It's like, just want to be just a little bit faster, you know? Okay, now we have unrecognized iron support 8888. I guess that's not really needed. I think I set it hard coded, so I should be fine. Okay, so we're finally at we turned the mug up. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? Remember that Zootopia movie? And then there's the sloths.
Oh,
it's a very funny scene with the sloths.
Yeah, I know the scene. The sloths at the GMB.
It's like that. So you turn the cup upside down, which would have caused the keys to fall out. That's right.
That's right. It goes into the square hole.
I have to mention the mug. We get it due to gravity, and that's amazing, right? Like, you can ask Bard this. Maybe now not so much, but like just a little while ago, the fact that it was like, yeah, keys, they fall when you turn the mug upside down. Models had no way of knowing that. You can understand all sorts of things with gravity. If you say that there's coffee in the mug and you turn it upside down, it will say that, yeah, it spills out. But like, keys are not in the distribution of things that you would put in your mug, you know? So it just has no idea. Okay, so let's do this again.
It looks like... So I was looking for the MLX benchmark stuff. And apparently an M1 Pro these days is... an M1 Pro is slower than the 4090.
Yeah.
And an M3 is actually faster than the 3090. Unless you're using the insanely fast Whisper, which is 10 times faster than that.
Yeah. But still, it's like completely usable, you know, to have
absolutely.
something
It's
like that.
An M3 Max apparently is about twice as fast as a 4090.
Yeah.
And it's kind of okay. Now you're getting into the point where it's like, what is better optimized?
Mhm.
If it's like, well,
Something crashed.
possible to get some stuff there. Yeah, the MLX stuff apparently is quite fast.
Mhm. Yeah.
Even compared to MPS. It's like from, well, in some case being about as fast to being like twice as fast as MPS.
Oh.
It's nice, I guess.
Yeah. And
Good for Apple.
it tempts me, but I do think I would rather have a 4090 than. In reality, I would probably use the shit out of that M3. Like, yeah, if I could run a lot of models locally, would I? Probably yes. But I'd also like to have like something like a 4090 somewhere else so that I could train on it for a long time.
I mean, I've got the 3090 and having that thing run on full tilt is loud. Very loud. So not having that kind of in your environment is a nice thing.
I'm not sure if you can hear my MacBook's fans, but they are kind of full tilt.
The 8 seems fine.
That's good. Where are we at now? That was its option. Allow root. Did I not save? There. That should be everything. Let's refresh. Still says it's going to crash the back off.
I guess one of the
How long
bigger
is it waiting?
things will be something where we set it to so you don't need to have all those weird scripts.
Yeah. This is here because originally for training stuff, so when you're making your experiments, you of course have different parameters that you want to set in your experiments. I don't know why this is broken now, or why it's broken in Google. It's like so weird. You used to be able to see the logs.
Show you the logs, everything.
The keys are final answer. The keys are likely on the floor in your bedroom. Slow clap. Slow clap. Because GPT 3.5 does not get this. Google Bard doesn't get this, right? And I'm pretty sure Mixtral doesn't get it right, but the Notux does. Slow clap. It's a good model, and if I had more I/O, we'd be using it right now, but we're kind of stuck. So, anyway, what can we do while we're waiting for the many different things to run? I guess I really do want to see this up and running. Because that's where I was going to implement everything. Okay, we are returning 404s for the favicon. I forgot about that. Okay, so we have a hard-coded requirement to return 200 for favicon ICO. So we must do that.
Will think that this doesn't work.
Yeah. So get root. And if you do favicon ICO, flush favicon ICO, and then we'll define the post route, right? And then here to respond. Last return string response. I think that's good. Should be good enough. So save and compile that. And then just wait for this to restart again.
I think it doesn't actually fail. It's, I think, the...
Yeah, okay, yeah. It'll be unhealthy, but it's actually running.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we do a new terminal, and then curl greet. I want to post. And I think I need a header. This is good enough. Okay, so we'll do there we go. Content type JSON, authorization, whatever. And then D will be name is Eduardo. Hello, Eduardo.
Well,
cool. Sweet. Okay, so we do have our circuits being a server. This is not how we expect people to do things. It's just how we're going to do things today. So what is the API we want here? So when Zybo, I think what we can have is like a talk, because it receives the events, right? So one of the events we'll see is that.
Can't you send the entire event to it?
Could. You'd have to like deal, so we could send everything and then just have the server handle the state of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that or... Yeah, you don't necessarily... I mean, if you do it with like an actor thing, then the server could handle the state. Otherwise, I don't think that's the best idea. Otherwise, I think the server should be stateless.
That makes sense. Yeah, if we were to sketch this out, okay? So we'll say like bot ID on event. Right? And if stuff was cool, we get the JSON of the event, Now, instead of formatting it, starts it running in the background. Yeah, so invoke. So it'd be something like so you'd have like a get context. Right? And then you would have a set goal.
I think I need to drop for now.
Oh, okay.
I'm not quite sure whether I will be able to rejoin in time. But if I won't be able to do that, yeah, I guess good luck in making that work. And I hope the download finishes sometime. Or rather, the saving of the download finishes sometime.
Yeah, the download has finished. It's the copying of the download to disk, which is fun.
Okay. So, yeah, good luck. And I guess we'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so
and
talk later.
Talk later.
So for everyone wondering, essentially what I want to do is something like get context will be like to remember stuff given the event, right? So kind of get some sort of context. Based off of that context, we need to like pick a goal or something like that. And then from there, we can invoke a either pipeline or a baby AGI thing. I'm not sure the baby AGI thing will work. We need the thing about baby AGI is that when it has a task, which in this case would be to like pick the next action, right? We need to do the action and send it back, right? So that's just not going to work. Or we could make it work. It's just going to be like a little difficult. So let's have a choose action. And then we will Flask response. Return JSON response of whatever that is. Does it make sense to put these in 3? I'm not 100% sure. Let's namespace these a little bit just to make my life easier. So Cybo get context, and then Cybo. Let's instead of pick goal, let's just pick action directly. That way, we just have less stuff to do. Right? And then the action goes to here, and then we're good to go there. Okay, and we need to create these things. So call this, rename it to Zybo get context. And then another one, rename. Call no, not delete. We want to rename. Rename. Zybo pick action. Okay. Now we're doing invoke circuits here, so we want to what are we going to get from here? Let's look at this real quick. Okay, we have an event. Event is going to have an author that we don't care about. But an author name that we can do something with. Trigger GPT does what? Okay, so take the message and message player name plus colon plus message content or content. I see. So it builds up the chat history there. Okay, so what I'm thinking is let's get the argument it's just going to be the role, or let's have an event. Yeah, let's have an event argument. And then we'll have a author argument. And then a message. So we'll always get our things in these kind of three parameters, right? So everything we send to the server, we want those three things. And what we'll do is in Ecto, we can get our Vector client. Then we will look up we want to look up the current like memories that would make it figure out what it wants to do next, right? Yeah, that's gonna be doable. Maybe we want it to let's format string. What we want is author colon message. We might. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I don't think we can do so. We are currently like saying on event, right? We get an event and then we pass it in here. So it's kind of up to this to know what happened recently and build a appropriate context history, or like a conversation history for that bot, right? Like the bot ID. I don't have a bot ID thing in here, but that's something that we would get. Now, we can totally do this. It'd be a little bit of a pain to do that in here. Like, we can have the different bots be in SQLite where their state is and do things that way. I don't think I want to go that far in this particular instance. So I'm going to try and simplify things here. Oh man, this is still not done. Sucks. Okay, so if get bot ID what's a simple experiment we can do that we don't need a language model for? We can, for example, let's just print out our arguments. And then we will set a just hard-coded output. Put a secret output as, I don't know. It's called foo and bar. Doesn't really matter because we're just gonna like hard-code something. Okay, then we're done with that. Okay, let's get rid of this vector client here. Vector is our vector database. It does run locally for us. Okay, now the pick action. I don't think we have like a random thing, do we? Let's find out if I have a random thing somewhere. We do not. In utils, let's create, so let's import random. Let's create a new component called get random number. And it'll take a from income int. It's called start, maybe greater than and less than int, and the value will be the out arg int and we will self.value.value is equal to random.randint self.greater and the value self.less than. So I think it should be less than or greater than or equal or something like that. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to publish this one per se. Just going to play around with it here. So let's go back to utils. Let's get that random number. Say 0 to. Oh, I hate this so much. It's an old version that couldn't put zeros in it. Let's just do 1 to 5, right? And then this is another thing where the later versions would be much better because we have better things. I think there was a comparison. So let's put that there. And since you want like 4 of these comparisons, right? So when A, which let's just say is 1, number 1, right? And then B is the value, and that is equal to it. That's the condition. And that is true. We want to output, let's call it action. We'll call this move. Right, and then we'll do an output of, let's put direction, and let's have north be 1. Okay, so that's what happens when it's 1. And when it's not, we have a comparison. And I think we'll just do one more. So if it's number 2, and equal, I let that thing quite often. Yeah, this thing locks every once in a while. I had no idea it did that. Okay, let's not go back there. It's still not done. Let's go back here. Okay, so if it's 2, we'll output actually, let's put this output not here, but here. That's not what I wanted. Okay, so we're just always going to move, right? So our action is always just going to be move. When it's true, we're going to set a direction north or a direction south. I should also probably have a branch component now. And then else, let's just hardcode output direction as east. Something like that. Okay, so that is more or less the logic we want for this bot. Maybe not the logic we want, but it's something. It will do something. Okay, and then get content should do that. Okay, and that does that. Okay, so we have the simple kind of pipeline when we get this on event. And let's change this to just be on event. So this server can only handle one bot. That'll make our lives easier. And we compile that. That should update it. Now, let's get the address here. And then still downloading. Here. Okay, so if the mode is waiting, throttle move prompt. Okay, so let's change this. This is what we want to do in a little bit. Let's do fetch. So our URL. I haven't done a fetch in forever. Wait a sec. What is one fetch with JSON? Okay, so looking at that will make things better. So I know how to get. I haven't done a post. I see. Okay, so we got to do that. Then method is post, and headers, content type is application JSON. I think that's all we need there. And our body is JSON.stringify. And then we'll do that, right? And then we'll have a const response. And action is equal to response.json. Oh, that's smart. Action, right? Direction. I probably want to save that as a variable. And then res JSON direction. Okay, so we got action and direction. And then if we look back into the docs of WorkAdventure, the player has a get position. It has an X and Y. And I think we will just set that position. We can do on player move. Variable, we're going to change moving player, so we move XY speed. Or teleport. So I think we'll just do this. What is speed? What is speed? 10. Everybody says 10. So I think we'll just do that. Okay, so we have our direction. So WA player dot get position. So let's await that. The current position, get position, and then switch on direction. So I guess this should all be if action is moved. Okay, and case end, case S, and case east, and case west. Okay, so north will be await WA player move to X will be current position dot X, and Y is current position dot Y plus 1 and 10. And then similarly, we'll just do -1. Might be way too small to notice. Maybe I should do a lot more. Let's make this. Let's use 5, I think. 5 should be noticeable. Okay, and then we'll do -5 for the rest. Okay, so let's refresh this guy, see if that breaks. I think it will, but yeah, we'll see. Check to see chat. Okay, cool. So Zybo is hanging out here at the bottom. And we need to kick it off by going up to it, I think. Okay, so current place changed, so now it will try to do things every 30 seconds. Network connection lost. All right, yes, because this is dying. I think my GPU might be dead. We're talking about 4090, but they're so expensive. They're so very expensive, especially here in Japan. Japan has a weird middleman when it comes to GPUs, so you would expect them to cost something, right? Like, I mean, sure, it's hard to find 4090s for 1,500. You kind of expect the range to be 200,000 yen. Feels like $2,000, right? 200,000 yen. So quite expensive already. But if we were to go here and then look for 4090s, they like start at 3,000 or 300,000, right? So they start at 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000. It's ridiculous. It's like $4,000 for 4090s. So expensive. Okay, let's go once to unhandled problems, connection error. 172 is how the trigger GPT stuff. That makes sense. But is it doing Yes. I forgot. We called this /bot/on event. Okay, and then we also we need to send the event is idle, I guess. What else do we need? Yeah, that's pretty much it. We never really use, or no, we inside this circuits file, we were expecting event author and message. So here we'll put event idle author none message empty string. Okay, so let's try that. And then go and you move out of the way. Responded with 500. That's great. What's our problem? Let's find out. Unrecognized arguments foo equals bar. Yes. Kind of strict about that. If I don't output, was that fine? I think I have a feeling yes. But let's find out. Okay. Now, you're seeing the robot is starting and stuff. If you look at the code, this throttle to move prompt, this gets called when its current place has changed. So something needs to happen to change its current place. And I'm not sure what that is, but if I come up to it and talk to it, it will try to chat with me. And if my GPU is not dying, it will respond. Welcome to our map. Come back later. Ooh, it's responding to itself. It is responding to itself. That's not what we want. The current place changed. That's good. So now it will do the request to our server. And should cause some interesting movements, if I'm not mistaken. Current place changed, so it should be doing that every 30 seconds or so. Let's look at the network tab real quick. Let's clear that. Server responding with 502. Thanks, Google. Such a great choice to go with GCP. It looks like it finished. No, it didn't finish. It got into an infinite loop. String response. Weird. Why did it do that so many times? Oh, no, it's doing it so many times because we're getting a bunch of requests from Google to the favicon as the health check. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. Don't need to worry about that at all. Get context, idle, none, print, finish executing, invoke circuits, and pick action failed. That's where it got restarted. Let's restart this and see how that works. Okay, so let me. I'm not sure what I did to break the chat there, but let's go here. Okay, I think that's enough. Current place has changed, so that's all I need. I guess I should probably change this to not be throttled to 30 seconds, but instead just throttle to 1 second. Okay, 502s, something's up there. Sync. Pick actions failing. Okay, so pick actions failing is something. Let's run it. Did I have a dangling thing? I don't think so. It's just a print. Print S here. We'll print east here. We'll print N here. That way we can see what's going on. And we'll print move here. I guess that's better. Okay. Let's save that and compile that. And that should be updating. Let's refresh you. Now we should see a lot more because it's not every 30 seconds. It's going to be doing this every few seconds. Current place changed. Cool. So that means that it will call the thing sometime soon. And so, we're currently just testing out the server because what we want to do is get this hooked up to Notix, but my server's I/O is having some issues right now. Sync finished, and it still didn't finish the write. What does that even mean? So weird. Or did it finish? No, I don't think it finished. anyway, that is not moving. Why are you not moving? I got a 502. Okay, so again with the 502s, let's go back here and see what we see. All right, we didn't fix anything. We just printed stuff out. So the printing, executed print. Then pick action circuits. And then we fail. Why are we failing after we print the action? Okay, so this might be done. That could be that it didn't restart. Spring spots. It's restarting. Let's do that. But anyway, so once this is kind of working, the goal will be to hook this up to Mixtral and get it to move by itself based off of those things. Why is it still, or no, we didn't fix anything, so it's going to fail. The question is, why is it failing? Print idle, print none, it's file. We are outputting this, and we are getting that. Let's print that out real quick. Let's compile that. Refresh. So my game plan for how I'm going to get this working is essentially it will first get an event like person joined the server, right? Or somebody has approached you or something like that, those kind of events. Then it will look up the right context for that. And it could be more of, we use a vector database or just like a prompt for it to pick one of the various memory banks that it has. From there, we're going to select that conversation and put it into the prompt, and then append to that prompt the latest event. And then it will pick an action. So we're going to prompt it so that it always has to pick an action. It can either move or it can say something or something like that. And then it'll be able to work in this, like it'll be able to chat essentially in this. And that's stage one. Stage two is to give it the ability to think and be proactive. And the way to do that is, so right now, every few seconds, right, we have this idle thing, right? So the idea is when it is idle and and not really thinking, we give it a prompt to come up with a task list of things it should be doing, right? It needs to remember what it was told to do, and then what it needs to do next. And then based off of that, it can do things. But I do want this Zybo to not just be kind of like here, right? But also be running in its own machine so that it can do stuff, right? And then walk up to me and say, I finished this thing, right? So I'm going to, ask it to find some information on the internet, or, I don't know, create a spreadsheet of some sort, or, simple stuff. And then tell it to come back to me when it's done, right? And I'll give it a desk, and then it'll kind of go to the desk when it's working. And hopefully a prompt should make it do that kind of stuff. That's like, okay, now that I have a task to do, I need to go to my desk and work on it. And it'll move to its desk, and then we'll have other actions for interacting with the desktop. I think if we can deal with that memory section and the task management section good enough, it should kind of work, and I can have like a bunch of AI minions doing my bidding. That would be great. But first, we need to figure out what is going on here. So let me go up to Zybo again. Let's check that my Windows machine is not dead yet. It's still not dead. Really weird. Okay, why am I talking? Yeah, this is definitely weird. What did I do? Start chat. Chat history, GPT, we start typing, get our chat completion, stop typing and push, assistant response, return response from Figure GPT, which is here. Which one of these did I do? I did something that is causing this thing to not work. Let me look at the if statements. So the thing is the author part. This move prompt, which I don't care about anymore. Robots on chat message. We're receiving our own message, ignore it. And that is correct. But here, we're receiving a message from Eduardo, which is me. And that's weird. Follow me. Does the follow me still work? Let's check if the follow me still works. Okay, so follow me does still work, so that's good. Okay, sweet. And now we have errors. It's always weird, like random places it's failing. That it's not like it's either a bug in GGML, which it could totally be, or something's wrong with my GPU. I hope it is bugs, because GPUs are expensive. Okay. It is sending things not as itself, but as me. And that's causing the loop. We need to stop that. On chat message. So send chat message. Let's go bubble. And author. Response. Let's go. Lead on. Lead on is correct, right? So it should be something like that. So many issues. So many issues. It's like the stream from hell where nothing works, right? It's like so many yaks to shade. You can barely get to the interesting parts. There's invoke circuits files. Now we fixed copy paste in the recent thing. I don't know if this has copy paste working or not. I think we can copy here. Let's get rid of that invoke. Paste there. So let's do that. And after this branch component, just return the response. And in here, our response is outputs. So we get variable. We'll call this bot output or something like that. And set that as the response there. And then the circuit output, we need to change to a couple of things. Which is set dict value and value. And then we need to set variable component. We set the bot. What did I call it just now? Bot output. This is one of the main reasons why I want to just separate it into different files, is that that is annoying. Set value does not return itself. Seems to me like a bad idea. Get, I understand. Set should return that, because we need to set the variable based off of that. Right. And I guess before we do that, we should probably get the variable. So get variable, and we want to get the bot output. And that then it's set. It's not the value. That's the dictionary. Silly goose. Okay, so let's do that. I'm going to organize this a little bit. Performance on this older version is actually kind of bad. And significantly better on the newer one. Okay, and then after that, we'll print there. There we go. And these outputs are very annoying. Let me just get rid of them for now. Okay, so when true, we're going to print. When true, we're going to print. And when false, we're going to print. And that's all we need to do. And so let's save, compile that one. Come back here and reload. So much computing being used. Okay. So we got a question. What am I working on? And yeah, so this is called WorkAdventure or WorkAdventure, and it's at ExpressAI we use GatherTown to kind of have these avatars that can represent us in our office, even though we're a remote company. And WorkAdventure is a open source kind of self-hosted version of that. It happens to have an API that allows you to create bots that can interact in this space with you. And that's what I want to do. I want to create a bot that is an agent. So it picks actions by itself and then interacts with the world by itself. I would like to do it with special technologies. One is I want it to use a local model. So I'm going to be using NoTux, which is a mixed-role type of model, which is pretty good. And I think it's kind of required to have a pretty good model if you're going to do this. Otherwise, it's just not going to understand what it's doing. Yeah, happen to have this system, which we've created, and we have a component library specifically for calling like OpenAI and OpenAI compatible things, right? So if I can create an OpenAI, authorize here, there's a base URL, right? So we're going to change this base URL to be the address of this server. And then from there, we can have, like a complicated logic of figure out what's your current memories, what you're supposed to be doing, and then pick the correct action. And I want it to be like really, I want it to like only output 1 or 2 words, right? Like every action, like saying a word should be part of the actions, and then it should finish its sentence. Like if we can get it to do that, that would be kind of cool, because it has an ability to take back what it's saying, which I think is it's an important thing that people haven't experimented enough with. And yeah, so I'm kind of building that the foundations of that in here. So we have my own WorkAdventure running locally. And we have this, we started with this sample code that the WorkAdventure people have created, and they're making it be more agent-like. So before it was kind of chatbot-like. It had one interesting part, which is that it would move by itself. And I want to take that to the next level, and not only give it access to this, but also to its own desktop, so that it can do work, because I want to have a robot minions to do my bidding. And yes, so let me refresh this. So right now I'm trying to debug this server side thing. It's apparently dying somewhere in here, and I don't know why. So I took it out of a subcomponent, put it into the main component, or the main circuit file. And let's see if that changes anything. So if I walk up to it, talk. It's 500 error. Interesting. Let's go to here and look at the logs. Direction N. Very interesting. Something, it's like dying somewhere else. So did we introduce a bug in here? That's weird. So let me print this code out just to make sure that it's fine. And let's do something here so we can save and compile it. And that can cause it to restart. So essentially, like the idea of what we have going on here is that, you can have various skills that you set up. So for example, let's say I have a skill of generate an image, right? And then respond to something, right? And I ask it, hey, make me a logo for a new product or something like that. I can get it to see that it has this ability to make an image and then figure out what's the prompt it would need to do to create the image, and then it can create a few of those ideally, right? And then show me, right? But give me the URLs to it in here. And I want it to, so essentially I want Zybo to think it's in this world, right? So if I come up to it and ask it, hey, I need you to create me some pictures for a blog post about something, it would go, sure thing, and then walk to its desk and then start working. And then when it's done, come back to me and say, hey, I finished the thing. Right? And I want it to see that. I also want it to see if I'm talking to somebody else. And then if it is, then it would, by itself know that it has to wait and stuff like that. So I wanted to get it to do those things. And for that, I kind of want to get this working so I have a place where I can give it lots of different features, right? Figuring out how to look up information, how to manage its to-do list, right? Like it needs to have a stack of the stuff that it's doing, and periodically, manage it, right? So, yeah, it's like really complicated when you think about all the stuff that we just do naturally. Got to program all those things into this bot if you want to make something that's productive. And this is mainly for fun. I don't think you need necessarily to have this bot. You can just make a Slack bot. But for me, just having something that walks around would be kind of cool, I think. So that's why I'm doing that this way. Still waiting for that model. Okay, so let me see if the server has refreshed. I think it may have. Let's restart this. Okay, and walk here. And then walk out, and then it should 500 error. 500 errors, very different. Let's go here and see what the error is. Detect change inside will get context. Loading. Why would it detect a change in that? Unless I'm looking at something very old. Essentially, is executing E, right? So like it should be doing that. Did I forget to set something? Let me get rid of this whole branch logic. I'm just going to make it always go a single direction. Okay, so let's make this super simple because we want to not have anything else in the way. Okay, so we get our request JSON, and then I'm going to do a dictionary set value, and then another set value. So we need to set movement and direction, and I will return that. Okay, so for this, I want the name to be action. This value we're going to ignore. Set this to move. And then here, direction. I want this to be north. Okay, so let's save that and compile that. Be enough to get it restarted. Okay, looks like it restarted. Okay, now if I walk up to it, later on, I need to ask Zybo what its preferred pronouns are. Again with the 500, that's crazy. Not 100% unexpected, but just like annoying. At least we get an error this time. None type does not support item assignment. So modular components. And do and type does not support item assignment. I think so. This dict is none, and I think, yeah, that's right. Okay. If self.dict.value is none, out dict.value is equal to that, and we want to set out dict.value else self.out value is equal to self.dict.value. Okay, So this is something I have in my like local component library or like in the latest versions. I forgot that was not implemented in this older version. So yeah, still lots of stuff to do in this one. Okay, but it should be fine. It should work pretty well. Why did it restart the whole server? That's weird. And post root, and we're good to go. And let's update that. Let's restart this thing. Okay, it's still live. That's good. And come up to it. Welcome. And let's go away. And place changed. Now it will try to do something. I'd like it to move upwards. I still need to figure out why, like what I changed to make it start responding as myself. It's not intended. Yeah, that's so weird. Is it me or is it not doing anything? Event that did something. Okay, so that's good. 200. I expected that to do more. Chat message. Change direction. If I do default. Let's do that. And let's refresh this thing. And I think I'm going to get rid of the whole throttle move prompt. All right, place. Ah, I see. It's not it or me, it's that somebody changes their place. So if somebody changes their place, current place will change, and then they will try to do something. And we can see that it posts and gets something, and also see that it's not moving. So let's print stuff. Instead of start with move prompt. I hate how that works. Let's go with the move prompt. Post, we're getting JSON. And let's print it, I guess. JSON plus, it's JSON. Actually, I'm going to console log that in a separate thing. Okay. So let's do that. Refresh this dude. Okay, now while looking at logs, I can move around. Status fulfilled. Results. Action, move, direction, and I see. It's a promise. Have I forgotten to await? I don't think I did. Wait response. JSON. We have to await that too? I might have to await that too. Okay. I moved here, direction N, move there, move there. Okay, it's moving. That's so cool. Okay, so that's nice. Okay. Let's go back here and what should I do next? Still not done saving. That's so ridiculous. So ridiculous. And the thing that's worrying me is like it's idle. So something's not right. Something is not right. Okay. It doesn't have to be local. It can be local. There's nothing wrong with that. But we also want to see stuff, right? So let's just see stuff. And the API key is a secret. So let me bring that up real quick. Don't care about that. Not from M, please. Okay, now let's get the event. We're going to get values. We'll keep move. Oh no, we don't need that. Let's do. So response needs to be a JSON and a call GPT. OpenAI. Chat. We'll need to format. Format the string. Use the input as the args. And then we'll get it to output something. And want an extract JSON or something like that. Let's do something along those lines. Um, extract the JSON. That's something that might be worth asking ChatGPT to write. Write a simple function that extracts out a JSON dictionary or a JSON object. Say Python dictionary inside. Okay, so that extracts out somewhere in a string. Does it understand what I want? Let's see. Oh, that's so bad. I can make a better optimized, because the complexity is kind of terrible, you know? Better, that's what I was expecting. I didn't want to write that regex, that was the main thing. I know there's a regex, like I know what I had to do, make this regex and do that, but that's like a lot. Okay, so hopefully that works. So I'll create this function. We'll make a component. Extract JSON in string, something like that. It will take the inster and out dict self.dict. The value is extract JSON object self.inster.value. Very simple. Okay, so we're going to have our completion. And from there, we're going to extract JSON string. And then just respond with that. Okay, this will be the user prompt. Model name, let's make it the GPT-3.5 Turbo. And let's just do something simple. So the interesting thing is this, well, this did have a move prompt, right? Move prompt, get move prompt. Your job is to welcome visitors. Okay, so do something like that over here. So you are a bot living, you're a bot named Zybo living inside a WorkAdventure map. That is to welcome visitors, right? Spawn with a JSON containing the next action you should take. It should have the form, and then we'll put action move, direction, and or possible directions, north, south, east, and west, or action talk content to speak. Okay, something like that I think will work. Max tokens. We want to set this to something like 500 or something like that. Okay, so this isn't, it's like nowhere near what we need it to be, but could be something. And I want to have this move prompt here. We don't need this. All the rest of that. So generate places prompt. Let's just do this kind of thing. There's places, people by places, and role. And this gets all the people. It's pretty cool to get the people. Ooh, you know what would be good? Your current location. So let's do await. To get the current location, we do wa.player.get position and await that. Right, and then we can put that in here. Current position dot x. So let's put x equals that, and current position dot y. Current position is y. Then we have our places prompt. Found places, you can find the following places. Yeah, no, this places and the fact that we're like going north, south, east, west, it's not meshing well. Have to do something about that. And all we have is a name and description. And these are all maps inside of this map thing here. Right. It's going to be a little bit difficult to do. Essentially, we want to like ideally put the location of that in the string there. Now, won't matter. Cool. Something like that should work. And we have that joined. Start typing. Okay. I think that's more or less correct. You're going to get a prompt, and it's going to be, let's see, what do we have here? Chat message. We don't want on chat message. What we want is the throttle move prompt. On event idle, author none, message, and we want to do this. I'll write that first. And then paste that in there. Okay. That's cool. And we want to print message. That's what we want to extract. And so if we compile that, we should have a very simple OpenAI-based pipeline. And we can play around with others. We have, I guess I don't have it here, but in my local component libraries, I have Google and stuff like that. We can upload that here to kind of compare it. So let's give that a second to update. I don't know why it restarted the entire server. Did it die? I don't think it did. I know it did die. Okay, we gotta figure out why. OpenAI components. Oh, that could be important. We might not have OpenAI in the requirements.txt. Which is a problem. We want OpenAI equals 171. Okay, so with that, should restart and run. Cool. If anyone has other questions, let me know. This thing's completely messed up, isn't it? Does Hugging face use .cache. I think it does. We have this. We have the blobs, or possibly not. I'm guessing this is the model. If I run it again, would it do it any better? Let's see. Okay, and then while that's running, let's look here. Let's refresh that with the latest and greatest. Should be up and running. Okay. Let's refresh this dude. And now if I move around, I have 500 error. So I messed something up. Let's find out what that is. We're using something old. And we need to use the new thing. And the new thing is chat completions create. And otherwise should be the same. And luckily that's easy enough to fix. Model equals messages equals. Hopefully that works. Let's change something and save and compile, and then watch the logs for a bit to see if it restarts. I do think it has restarted. And let's give this a refresh. We're almost there. This is unfortunate. I really wanted to do it with local models. I mean, we were doing it with local models in the beginning. It just kind of sucked. We wanted bigger and better ones. Did they change the output too? That's another one. Choices, 0 message content. And we are doing zero message content. Okay, what was the problem? 225. no longer a dictionary. Choices 0 missed one. So if we just undictionary this thing, choices 0 message or dot choices 0 message dot content. That's about correct. Now let's trigger a restart. And then wait for this to run again. Did not compile. What? Oh, that's not proper Python, so that should make things easy. So let's wait for this invalid syntax to go away. Make sure I don't have any others. That's what I fixed. Okay, it's downloading the new stuff. And this thing is completely dead. It's just dead. The thing is, I have many complaints of GCP. One of the other things that I complain about in GCP is we have a server that had these models in it. It's dead. I don't know why. It's completely dead. Can't bring it back. And I know many, many ways to kind of bring a server back to life. None of them work. So that's saying something. That's like pretty dead. It's got to be. When it comes to messing up servers, I'm a pro. And if I can't fix it, it's got to be really dead. Okay, cool. Action talk. Welcome to the Desto. How can I assist you? Yeah. You need to move, man. Because otherwise people can't hear you. But it has no way of knowing that, of course, right? Hey, can you walk around? Okay. Now the connection was lost. Ah, right. Yeah, because it's using this thing, which is dead. Again. That's no good. I might have to buy another GPU. I don't want to buy a new GPU. It's like right now is a bad time to buy GPUs. Because new ones are coming soon, I really don't want to buy another GPU. Okay. Anyway, So let's see. So it's gonna talk. Welcome. We need to change that. Okay, in the prompt. People can only hear you if you are close enough to them. The garden is to the east. The entrance is 5 steps to the north. And the meeting room is 5 steps north and 10 steps east. Yeah, I should really figure out the location of that to make that be something. Okay, and I think that'll be pretty much all for today, because like the problems with the Hugging Face download put a wrench into my plans. And it sucks because I know that Notex can handle something like this, so I would really like to use that instead of paying money. So yeah, let's refresh and see if it's a little bit better. But you know, we are in 2024. We're doing more streams, so I'm doing Thursdays and Tuesdays. So I will be back on Tuesday. I'm streaming in the morning Japan time, so that would be afternoon US, or ridiculously early in European times. In terms of the content, I'm thinking of doing more low-level stuff on Thursdays and then higher-level stuff on Tuesdays. So the things that I'm doing right now are more like the high-level things, and those I think I'll do more often on Tuesdays rather than Thursdays. The other problem with Tuesdays is I might not always be consistent with doing Tuesdays because it's like early and sometimes there's meetings that I must go to. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that every Tuesday, but I'll be trying. So it's moving north, and now it's going to hit a plant and it has no idea of knowing that. But if I were to go here, I think it will. Current place changed. Is the garden not a place? Or no, it's just GPT 3.5 being stupid. Welcome to the outside. I'm not. What am I sending? Let me check what I'm sending real quick. And we want this. So, yeah. So this is mainly just like an experiment to see what it's like. But if if this seems interesting to anyone, let me know. Like this is all open source, so we can make something based off of this, or make it. I think there's if you have something like this for your AI minions, you don't necessarily need the video camera. right? So I'm not sure WorkAdventure really is what you need, but if people are interested in it, you can kind of let me know. Can't find where. Why is this broken now? Here. Talk. Sure does like to talk. I should have not given it the ability to talk. It's in the chill zone. Okay. I think I need to call it the chill zone. Chill zone, meeting room, lobby, garden, coffee machine, and desks. Current position is 1624. Current position X. Oh, that is wrong. Let's fix that. Current position. Places prompt. It's possible to get the location from here. Layer objects. Area of class. Set properties, get string description, and then I'll put location, then object dot point. No. Okay, object.x. X is equal to x and y is equal to plus object.1. That could be very useful. And in the init, I think I also want to do set timeout. So let's do this every 5,000 milliseconds. So throttle this to 5 seconds. Because now we are doing things in the real world, or as in we're sending requests to OpenAI. So that's anything. Okay. Talk. Okay, cool. We have the X and Y locations of everything. Eduardo is in coffee machine. Set timeout happens once. I don't want set timeout. I want set interval, which I always forget. And then let's make that be 5,000. And here should have one direction. Oh, actually, we must first move to the same location as the visitor, so for them to hear you. Hear you. Okay, I think that should be a little bit easier to grok for the model. Okay, and then we don't need the rest of that. Must see, make that bold. Must first. Okay, submit, save, and save that, and compile that, and that should update shortly. Yeah, and I think good. And we can restart this. And where am I? I'm in the coffee, so I'll just be here, but let's hang out. We can watch Zybo go up. Move is west, yet he is going up, which is weird. Did I do that? X minus 5. Position 1. Move to horizontal vertical. Yes. So weird. Direction W, right position X, minus 5, y 10. And now it's going to be confused. Some weird JavaScript stuff. West X minus 5. East. North is east. And west, the X position is growing. What? West X is going higher. How does that work? And now he's talking to a wall. Okay, that's great. I do that all the time too. What is going on? North. Okay, so right now if I look, my Y is 104. So Y is in the opposite direction, which I get. East and west, on the other hand, it's like, is this X and Y the copy machine? Seriously. I'm going east. Should go +5, -5. So weird. So weird. Like the north and south, I expect. It's the east and west that's wrong. That makes no sense. Why? Move direction W. What? Yeah, this is kind of okay. So it's let's go here. Okay, it's going west. Did it just go up? I think it just went up. Instead of going west. Probably JavaScript stuff. Probably JavaScript stuff. The res JSON. Direction is N, so the direction is equal to N. And we do that. Else if direction is equal to S. Else if direction is equal to E. Else if direction is equal to W. We do that. Else no direction. Okay, and else if action is equal to talk. And we're going to want to do chat, send chat message. And the message will be as JSON. Forget what I wrote just now. Content. Okay, so let's refresh that. Now I'm really considering using GPT-4V for this. Can't find variable current position. Yeah, it is moving west though. Say moving west, is it not? And Y is changing. It's moving west, and Y is changing. Y is changing. I don't have WA here. Let's trying to move west and it can't move west. Why is Y? There's no typos here. Move to X, Y. Now it's saying to move east. It's moving east. North. Now it is interesting because maybe we should just get the coordinates. Like, it's a little more efficient that way, I think. So let's go move X 42, Y 42. So move there, action move XY. Move to that point, or action talk. Let's first do that. Okay, so let's save pile, and here I want X. New X is that. Const new Y is Y. Put these into here. And then we'll move to the new X, new Y. Don't need the current position. Okay. So, yeah, it's quite late. We do have a moving Zybo. I am pretty happy with that, I guess. I don't know why it's moving specifically to 30.5 and 256.5. Let's also give it some thoughts, and then I'll be done. It's 3 a.m. It's about time for me to head to bed. Thoughts, your current thoughts. Okay. So compile that. I kind of wonder, can you get the? Let me just stop. It's like 3 a.m. But there's so many things. Get the players. I'll put players, visitors. Eduardo is in coffee machine. So let's look for people places. Any that's weird. It must be in places. Places has the update my place, generate places, find places. Okay, move prompt. Generate people by places. Okay, this person is in place at x equals person by place. I think I'll do the second part where it's like is a visitor. It's a visitor at location x equals trace 0 dot position dot x y equals visitors 0 dot position 1. Okay, let's do that. Refresh this. And hopefully Zybo will walk up to me and say something. And not find visuals. Yes. I can spell. Visitors. Okay. So yeah, I will be maybe looking into this later on as well. It's totally an interesting thing, I think. Oh, cool. I have this bug still. I'm not going to fix the bug now. I'll fix it later. But anyway, thanks for joining us. We now have an agent that is able to move around. It's trying to be helpful, telling me, do you want a tour of the coffee machine or the work desks, or is there anything I can do for you, kind of thing. And that's great. That's a good first step to having some place where I can manage my AI minions. And I look forward to doing more stuff. And if you're interested in this, or the things that I've been seeing or I've been showing here, feel free to go to Express AI and check out express.ai where you can check out things and get started. You can create an account over at Vecto to use our vector database, or join the waitlist to get access to the drag and drop tool when it's ready. Or feel free to email us. Go send an email at hello@ExpressAI. Let me know if any of this was interesting or cool. You want to see it. If you would like ExpressAI to have something like this as part of what we do, or just have a plugin for WorkAdventure, just let me know. I'll be interested in playing around with it. I do think I'll be making this for myself, but I'd be interested to see if other people would like it too. So yeah, I'll be back on Tuesday, or other times. I think I'm going to try and stream more often and blog more often this year. So I'll see everybody next week for sure. And yeah, happy hacking. Talk to you guys later.